control.
Yes, Stott, you do have access. Jerry, can you please take down your presentation for Stott to share this?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, can everyone, is the screen okay there? Can everyone see that, Augustus? Is that clear to everybody?
What Stott? I can see you, but not your screen. If I can have any member of the team confirm as well. Jerry, can you see the screen?
The same thing here. I can see you, but not the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I can see.
You can see now.
So we can see the screen now, yeah.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. Okay, everybody, well, my name is Stuart Rennie, and as you can probably tell from my accent, I'm not actually Canadian. I'm based in Scotland in the UK, but I have been working with Canada and Canadian universities for over 5 years now. More importantly, though, I've been working with the fantastic Ukeas team down in Ghana, with Augustus, with Mary Stella, and the rest of the wonderful team down there for over 10 years now, promoting international education, working with UK clients, working with Australian and Canadian clients. I myself work directly with the University of Guelph, who are based in Ontario, and also Carleton University that are based in Ottawa. But what I want to do in the first 10 minutes is to introduce Canada to you, to parents and students who are on the webinar this afternoon, and also just talk through some of the reasons why I think Canada is a fantastic choice of destination country as you begin to think about your undergraduate and potentially postgraduate study in Canada. Let's introduce Canada then and talk through some of the benefits of the Canadian country. Canada is made up of 10 provinces. We've got 3 territories and a population of round about 38 million people in Canada. Now, to put that into context, that's probably the same number in terms of population as the state of California. So the reason I give you that example lets you see the size and the scale of the country in terms of landmass, the second largest country in the world by land area. But it's also a population that is not actually that large compared with other countries. So there's lots of open land, fantastic parklands, great lakes, lots of outdoor opportunities for you as a student to engage in if you choose Canada. I guess what you need to think about when you're making your decisions is the type of place you would like to study. Are you looking for one of the big cities like Toronto, like Ottawa, like Vancouver, or are you looking to study at a nice small regional city, which is very conducive to studying and you don't necessarily have the hustle and bustle of the big cities? So cities like Guelph, which again is one of my clients, just based an hour outside of Toronto. In terms of international education, though, what you're getting in Canada is institutions that are all public universities, which means that you have the quality and the kind of consistency among the universities in Canada. You're also choosing a country that absolutely welcomes international students. All of the messaging that comes out from Canada is about supporting international students, about giving international students the opportunity to study in Canada and study at a university that will not only give you a global, portable degree that will be recognised whether you stay in Canada or whether you travel back to Ghana or whether you look to study or whether you look to move on to work in somewhere like the Middle East or maybe Southeast Asia. It's an internationally recognised qualification. Many of the qualifications that you study, whether that's in the sciences and business and management and arts and humanities, will carry full professional accreditation as well. So many programs will give you that international accreditation and recognition, whether you choose to stay on in Canada, or as we said earlier on, maybe move on and work in another country globally. The great thing about Canada, though, is not only the quality of the degree programme, but also the opportunities you get in the research side of things. But co-op, work experience, is a huge part of studying in Canada. And it means that when you're studying on an undergraduate degree programme, as part of your degree programme, you could be out working in a company, one of these blue chip companies that's possibly based in Ontario or in British Columbia, that not only lets you study a highly relevant degree that's giving you the skills the industry will be looking for, but actually letting you get out there. You will do a work placement, you've got the opportunity to get paid for that, but more importantly, it means when you graduate that you've got your degree, but you've got some excellent working experience behind you as well. It's a really safe and welcoming country for international students. In fact, I think in a recent survey, Canada was second only to Switzerland in terms of safety. So for you as students, or if we have any parents on this evening, it's really important to know that you're choosing a country that is multicultural, is absolutely open to international students. Canada, and I'm sure Matthew will go on to talk a little bit more about this around the post-study work side of things, it absolutely needs the best international brains that are available. And what a lot of our international students that choose Canada as a destination do, they stay on in Canada. And the Canadian country, the Canadian government, it needs well-qualified students like yourself. The population is aging in Canada, and it's not a growing population. So Canada is very open and welcoming to students like yourself who maybe see it as an opportunity to further down the line, stay on, gain that post-study work experience, and potentially look at a migration route into Canada. Whether you're picking up a course in IT or engineering, or one of the professional courses around law or dentistry or nursing, whatever route you choose to take, you do have that opportunity of staying back in Canada. And it's a safe and welcoming country. I think it's really important to highlight that as well. Now, why have your peers chosen Canada? Well, over 96% of international students that have either studied in Canada or are currently studying in Canada would absolutely recommend Canada as a study destination, offering a high standard of academics, a fantastic campus experience, and also the local community. So whether you're studying in Guelph or whether you choose Carleton possibly, and the capital city of Ottawa, the city is very welcoming as well to international students. We've already mentioned that the degrees are flexible, they're portable. So you've also got the opportunity of combining majors and minors. So for example, you may be choosing to do your major in engineering, but you might be picking up a minor in the arts, or you might be building in business management or economics to sit alongside your major. So there's real flexibility in terms of how you build your degree and how you put your degree together as well. And remember, in Canada, degrees are generally 4 years, very similar to the country I'm based in Scotland. So if you like, year one is an opportunity to almost find yourself, yes, to focus on a certain area, but you also have the flexibility at the end of year one to maybe move your major or to change into slightly different areas as well. So from that point of view, compared with other international destinations, it absolutely has that flexibility as part of the degree programme. Now, obviously, all universities have different admissions points. And once Matthew has spoken today, I'll then come back to give you some specifics about kind of fees, admissions requirements, information around English language levels, and what a Canadian institution is looking for. But in general, if you're in Ghana, if you're applying to Canada, if you've not already done so, for this September, I would strongly encourage you to work with the fantastic team down at Ukeas in Ghana to get your application in. The one thing that does take slightly long in Canada compared with other countries is a study permit. So it's really important that you apply to the university, you receive your offer or your LOA, and once you receive that, you then go on to make your study permit application, which can at times take between 12 to 16 weeks, depending on the time of year. In terms of COVID and how the universities are handling that, the intention, certainly across my clients, which is the University of Guelph and Carleton University, is to absolutely deliver as much face-to-face teaching for September if all the public health requirements are met over the coming months. But this year we've been delivering hybrid. So we had students from Ghana who started online and then transferred in January. And the great news for you guys at the moment is that any time you had to spend in country studying will always count towards your post-study work at the other side as well. So you're not going to be disadvantaged in any ways. Excellent scholarship programs across most Canadian universities. We've touched on the employability, but every university has a very strong scholarship package, and that certainly goes for my client universities at Guelph and at Carleton. We're looking at your academic credentials, and the great news is if you have strong grades from your WASI, then depending on the subject you're applying for, there's no requirement necessarily for you to do a foundation or a pathway program, which would normally be the case if, for example, you were applying to a UK university. So students with strong WASI grades, or you might have studied at one of the international schools, doing a Cambridge qualification or an IB qualification, entry into year one, and those with good A levels or good IB scores, there is the opportunity for advanced credit. We also have transfer options. Canadian universities are well developed in that area. And if you've been studying at a university in Ghana, there is the opportunity to apply as a transfer student. But strong scholarships, and unlike the US or other countries such as Australia, we're not generally looking for additional English language qualifications. So if you have good grades in your English from your WASI, there's generally no requirement for you to do IELTS or TOEFL. The same goes for certainly at undergraduate level, GMAT, SAT. We are very focused on your senior high school qualifications. We are aware that there's been obviously global disruption to examinations because of the ongoing pandemic. And we are happy to look at predicted grades or what you have studied up until now. We know that the WIAC examinations have been delayed this year and may not be out until later in the summer, potentially into September. We're happy to look at predicted grades. And both my client universities will have intakes in September, but they will also be running more intakes than they've ever done for the January intake to allow students who are still waiting on their final examinations the chance to come in the January intake as well. So strong scholarships, and a lot of the time, you do not need to make a separate scholarship application for Canada. We'll look at your grades when you apply, and hopefully, if you meet the requirements, then scholarships will be allocated as part of your offer. There are additional scholarships, and both Guelph and Carleton have presidential scholarships, which means once you have your offer, you can then go ahead and apply for some of these additional scholarships that are available. I think Canadian universities, and certainly my clients in the cities of Ottawa and Guelph, are affordable. Student accommodation can be guaranteed to first years on campus or off campus. You've got the opportunity of doing some part-time work. And actually, compared with the UK, there's a lot more jobs on campus for international students. In fact, both at Guelph and at Carleton, there's a really big international ambassador scheme, and many of the international students act as ambassadors to other international students and families who come to visit the university. And they may be working in shops, restaurants, bars, cafes, and all the sports clubs right across campus as well. I've mentioned a little bit about COVID, but I just wanted to pop a slide up there on it to say that the intention is absolutely for it to be face-to-face, but there will also be hybrid versions running, virtual learning in place as well. Obviously, the situation is fluid and we'll be monitoring that over the coming months as well. So, to sum up Canada, and before I hand back to the team at Ukeas, I think if you're choosing Canada, you're picking a fantastic country. You've got some great public universities which give you the seal of quality with a global portable degree that will be recognised anywhere in the world. And you've also just got a fantastic country. One of the questions I'm going to answer before it's even put out there, though, is many students I speak to in West Africa talk about the weather. Great summers in Canada, but cold in the winter. And yes, it is cold, but the universities are geared up for that. At Carleton University, we have a network of underground tunnels, which means you don't even need to step outside in the winter if you don't want to. But it also gives you the chance to try winter sports, something you may never have had the chance to do. Cross-country skiing, downhill skiing, ice skating, whatever that might be. I know that most of you, unless you have travelled internationally to Canada or possibly to the UK or Europe, you may never have seen snow before. I have certainly never come across snow in Ghana, and I would worry very much if I ever did see snow in Ghana. So Canada, it's about choosing a fantastic destination country, but it's also about new experiences as well. And I am just going to stop there and hand back to the team. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Stuart, for the presentation. I believe most of them will be convinced to apply to Canada. So we have Yomi online. So we wouldn't want to waste much time. We'll invite Yomi. Yomi, please, if you are there, can you hear me?
Oh yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, we had to let Stuart start since you were not around, so you can take over to do your presentation before we hand over to you.
So Matthew, okay, all right. Mine will be a short one. I had a little emergency, unexpected, but it happens sometimes, Gary. Let me share my screen with you, and
sure.
So we can.
All right, thank you very much. For those that do not know Yomi, as mentioned earlier, Yomi is the country manager for Ukeas Ghana. He's actually based in Canada and will throw some few light on your study journey in Canada. Thank you.
Okay, can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, and sorry for the little hitch-up I had. Just to quickly, by way of introduction, I'm the country manager for Ukeas in Canada. This presentation was supposed to come for Stuart's own, but just to buttress more on what Stuart has said about Canada, basically, and this will be a short form before we have Matthew come in, basically. Definitely, you've already been introduced to Stuart already, and then Matthew is also in the house, who is a regulated Canadian immigration consultant that will be also be speaking to us this afternoon about study visas to Canada as well. So a little bit about our services. Basically, we render free service, and most of the audience that are logged on to this channel, they already know us, that we do visas, we do career counseling, and we do it for free. We also run PT tests and help with applications to the different destinations, including Canada, of course. So what's the opportunity? Just to move on quickly, what opportunity does Canada offers to us, basically, for those of us that want to study? Definitely, we know that Canada boasts of world-class institutions. So many of them, you can compare it with any of the top-class institutions or the Ivy League schools in the US or the Russell Group in the UK. The top ranked institutions in Canada that have world-class facilities, basically, and at comparable low fees when you compare to those destinations as well. So it's always awesome to to come to Canada to study, because it actually is a beautiful experience. As you can see, some African students here with another foreign student together taking a picture, just to show, how the beautiful experience is. What does it offer for our career? When you come to Canada, there are diverse careers to choose from, which I will assume, as an international student, you will probably have already made up your mind, basically. But we do know for a fact that, when people get to Canada, they can retrain into new career roles, or maybe they discover that, oh, this is not right for me, and that you think this might be right for you in this Canadian environment, and you can retrain yourself in any course or any field. And then when you retrain yourself, it leads to work opportunity. Now, the opportunity to work in Canada, is something that is a privilege, basically, because as a student, you're entitled to a post-study work permit, basically, relative to your year of study, of course study, depending on how long you will be studying for, basically. So there are terms and conditions there, basically. But it does enable you to work in Canada, and you can work while studying, although that's restricted. But after study, you have a post-study work permit that is relevant to the years of study. And this has to be a minimum of 8 months course you're doing in Canada. When you work in Canada, you are exposed to a lot of companies, Fortune 500 companies. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the kind of companies that, you have the privilege to work in when you're in Canada. It ranges from Facebook, Google, so many of them that are not even on this list as well. But just give you an idea of the kind of companies that you can work for. Now, when you also work in Canada, when you have a work permit, the beautiful thing about it is that, it also leads to a situation whereby you have an opportunity for a pathway to residency. To permanent residency. I think last month or so, the government announced permanent residency for students who have studied within Canada, that they can apply for. I think about 40,000 slots were open, which was filled the very day it opened, basically, and that shows that in the future, there will be more such opportunities for students who have studied in Canada or are currently studying in Canada. So that's one of the opportunities there. And when you study in Canada, the beautiful thing about it is that the whole world is there. Talk about any national, talk about any country, you find people of all walks of life, of all countries. And when you have the mix of rich cultures coming together, it strikes one thing. It shows that it's an environment where you learn. Today you might speak with a Mexican, tomorrow you are speaking with a Tunisian, next tomorrow you are speaking with a real Canadian. When you mix up all these experiences, it's a learning curve for international students, basically, and makes it awesome for everybody. I would want to just mention some of the universities that we work with. Carleton University is one of them, as you must have heard from Stuart, basically. University of Alberta is one of the incoming schools, that, by this fall, we will be processing an application to, so you watch that space. We currently work with Thompson Rivers University as well in Kamloops. University of Guelph, I'm sure you must have heard a lot about that from Stuart, and University of Ottawa is one of the schools that's also incoming, basically. We have, just to digress a little bit, from study, when you study in an environment, you also want to know how that environment is. The economy in Canada is very rich. It's one of the G8 countries, one of the richest countries in the world, basically. In terms of energy production alone, it produces more energy even than the US. Despite the fact that the population is not up to 1/10 of the US. So you can imagine the kind of tremendous resources that Canada has, and the economy is booming, COVID has affected everybody, but, definitely things will spring back as COVID goes away. So the picture you're looking at, I think, represents Vancouver. It's one of the most beautiful places that you can, live and study in Canada. And this picture that you're looking at, the next one, represents Calgary in Alberta. I think the oil-rich region of Canada, although there's a bit of about talks about low economy on oil right now because it's not booming. But then, this is still one of the richest sources of oil in Canada. Toronto, everybody, that I've heard about Canada always, by default thinks Canada is Toronto, but it's much, much bigger than that, basically, and Toronto actually is in Ontario. just some part of Vancouver, that has some teak forests and some people enjoying themselves. I mean, it just shows that, Canada has a lot more to offer when you go to study. You can see the Niagara Falls is one of the places I plan to also visit myself, basically, after the lockdown. It's a very beautiful place, basically, as you can see for yourself, basically, boasts of so many natural resources. You can see Toronto, the night view of Toronto. Oh, back to what we're saying, Canada's education system is quite similar to the rest of the world, but it differs in some aspects. Masters in Canada can range from 1 year up to 3 years, depending on the course that you are studying. Undergraduate level, there's foundation, just like we have in the UK. There's diploma, there's apprenticeship courses, vocational courses, basically, and there are diploma courses, they're professional diploma courses that lead to work directly, here in Canada, and they're highly valued, basically, because people might think that, oh, diploma is something that I don't want to do, basically, but there are diploma courses here that will even earn you a post-study or work permit once you finish them as well. Just don't want to spend too much time on this. Our time is fast running. Like I mentioned, we worked with some fantastic schools, and one of them is Thompson Rivers. And here are some of the courses that they offer, basically. Our counselors will always tell you more about that when you meet with them in the offices. One of the other schools is University of Canada West, offers Masters of Business Administration, MBA. We work with York University School of Continuing Studies. There are other options for Masters, basically, because I know that majority of the people logged on to this channel might be looking at, the option of pursuing Masters, basically. By this fall, a lot of the schools that you are seeing on the screen will have the opportunity to process Master's courses, postgraduate courses for them as well, as we're tidying up contract right now. Northeastern University, University of Fraser Valley, University of Regina, University of Ottawa, like I mentioned before, Brock University, Southern Alberta Institute of Technology, basically, and as well, not forgetting Guelph and Carleton, as Stuart has already mentioned. Proper things, we know that when you have an offer of admission, definitely, and you pay and you eventually get your acceptance letter from the school, we still need to apply for visa, and that's where it gets tricky, and these are some of the basic things that we expect students to do, basically, before they apply for visa. But it gets a lot more tricky, and that's why we have brought in Matthew McDonald to talk to us about visas as well. A part of the basic things that you could do is to actually have your acceptance, personal statements, which is a very crucial part of your application in Canada. Your English language requirements, may or may not be required by the school, but it is advisable to have that in handy. And then you might also need to do a medical test as well. Time is very important when applying to Canada, both for visas and for schools. Sometimes, the application closes very early, and we need to apply a year before. For the purpose of this seminar, we can, take applications for at least for schools that are resuming in October. But for those schools that are resuming this September, it's almost impossible to start the fresh application now and get in for the fall season, basically. But if you're going for January and for next year, this is the right time to start looking at your options, basically. Like I mentioned before, we have a consultant in the house who will be talking to us about the student visas, basically. And Matthew McDonald is a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. He will be coming aboard to talk more about, the tricky aspect of the study visas and what those things that we need to do to prepare as well. You can contact Matthew on this email that you're looking at, basically. After this particular visa seminar, if you wish to contact Matthew for consultancy basis, basically, he does charge for that, basically. But for the purpose of this seminar, he's doing that for us free of charge. So I just want everybody to note that as well, And of course, you can always, if you don't have an offer and you wish to, have an offer before you move on to the visa stage, you can always talk to our counselors. They are always on standby to help you with study options and visas, basically. Like we normally say in Ukeas, that you need to prepare very well for everything, so that you can have a very good chance of success at the end of the day. Nobody wants to embark on a journey that, at the end of the day, you won't get anything out of it, basically. So thank you so much for your attention, and I apologize again for coming in late, basically. So I want to hand over to Matthew, and our counselors will be typing in our office address in the chat box. And if you have any questions while Matthew is talking as well, you can also drop it in the chat box, basically. Is Matthew in the house?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. All right. So I think I would stop sharing my slide now so that you can, have a, okay. Okay.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I am actually greeting you from Vancouver today, on the west coast of Canada. As Yomi was mentioning, it truly is one of the country's most beautiful cities. I can attest to that. I have experience in multiple cities and multiple educational institutions in Canada. I actually, my full-time job is at the University of Toronto, but I'm working remotely now. I live normally in Toronto, but I've also lived and studied in Ottawa, for example, and in Manitoba. So I'm very aware of the diverse, the variety of educational options across the country, and how wonderful different institutions are. Certainly, as Yomi said, a lot of people think of just Toronto and Vancouver, and they are great cities, but there's also a lot of other great institutions across the country. Today, I want to focus specifically on study permits. So Ukeas can help you with admissions as you explore where you want to go. In addition to my regular job at the University of Toronto, I'm a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. So in Canada, anyone who gives immigration advice for a fee must be a lawyer, a paralegal, or what I am, a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. I do this additional work outside of my regular job, and so that's why, as Yomi mentioned, I charge fees for these additional services that I do. So today, I do want to offer some free advice, though, to help get everyone thinking about what is involved with applying for a Canadian study permit. Because unfortunately, so you need to focus right now on where you want to study. Step one is getting admission to a university, college, or other educational institution in Canada. But then after that, step two is to get the study permit, the Canadian study permit, so that you can legally come to Canada and live here while you study. And it is unfortunately not easy to obtain. It's by no means guaranteed. A lot of people think that once you get accepted to a school, that you will automatically get a study permit. That's not the case at all. So I'm going to go through some common questions that we get about applying for a study permit today, and then there should be hopefully additional time for a few more questions. So, question one: when is the best time to apply for a study permit? So as mentioned before, it's often between 12 to 16 weeks for a study permit. This year, because of disruptions to immigration processing times because of the pandemic, Canada created a new timeline, and they said for anyone who wants to start a program in September, as long as you apply by May 15th, we'll get you a decision on your study permit application by August 6th, so that you have enough time to plan to travel to Canada. So unfortunately, we're past May 15th, so as was mentioned before, it's highly unlikely that you would be able to get admission to a school and get a study permit by September. The timeline is just quite high risk at this point. It is possible that maybe for some programs start in October or November, that could be possible. Certainly any program that starts in January, I think is still highly likely that the timeline will work out. Apologies. So so I didn't realize I hadn't shown that slide. So this is the timelines that I was just referring to. And then the next question is about when is the best time to apply for a study permit? Or sorry, what are the most important factors for a study permit refusal? And this is, or to get approved. And this is really important to think about as you apply to the program of choice. Certainly you should think about what suits your interests most, and depending on your age and what you've studied before, because ultimately, as part of your study permit application, you're going to have to present your study plan to Canadian Immigration. And they really want to understand if your study plan makes sense. So, this will look different if you're coming from high school and you're maybe 18 or 19 or 20 and you're going abroad. This will, if you've already studied at university in Ghana, and then you worked a bit and you're maybe a bit older, this study plan will look different because it'll be interconnected with your career plan. So the first thing, you need acceptance to a program of study, and you need the financial ability to pay for your studies. That's crucial, and you need to explain why you want to study this thing and what your goals are after graduation. And then you also need to talk about your plans to return back to Ghana. And certainly it is, there's something called dual intent in Canadian immigration law, where Canada encourages you to come to study, and that if you like it, you can get a post-graduation work permit afterwards and work in Canada for up to 3 years. And there's a pathway to permanent residency if you want to follow it. But at the same time, when you apply for a study permit, you need to show that, if I don't get a job afterwards, or if I don't get a work permit, or if something goes wrong, will I go back to my home country? And that's what they really want to assess. They want to make sure that that people won't come to Canada and then drop out of school, or not actually attend school, and then but not leave the country. So they are looking in your application for things like ties to home, like family members, brothers, sisters, parents, grandparents. That would be a reason, because why would you overstay in Canada if it meant never seeing your family again? This is one of the reassurances that explaining your connections to your home really helps with. Property is very helpful as well, but of course, not many 18-year-olds or 19-year-olds or even 30-year-olds have property. So that's great if you have it, but not required by any means. If you are maybe a bit older, if you have a job offer that that your employer is offering to you when you return, that can help with study permit approval. And if you have any international travel history, that's also really valuable. It'll increase the chances of you getting accepted. And then you also need to explain what your plan is, because even though Canada is more affordable than some other countries to study in, it is still a very expensive plan to study abroad. So the Canadian immigration officers really want to help understand how this makes economic sense for you as part of your plan should you return to Ghana for your employment afterwards. So you really need to be thinking about all of this as you're picking your program, because it will impact you have to have a good study plan to present as part of your study permit application. Okay, so one of the next questions is, why is the refusal rate higher for Nigeria and Ghana? Because Canada publishes the approval rates for each country around the world. And these vary between, I think, about 20% and 80% around the world. And they're definitely on the lower end in Nigeria and Ghana. And so people often ask why that is. And there's not an easy answer to that, because it's ultimately about each individual application, and all of those add up. But the biggest concerns that I hear about applications in this region is a concern about getting genuine documents, or some other people submitting fraudulent documents. I know the visa officers are always especially careful about the accuracy of real documents, especially financial documents, for example. So that's why Canadian Immigration has actually introduced a program that they're piloting to verify financial documents. And it's not something you can choose to apply through, but once your application is submitted, they may invite you to go through a document verification process in order to just provide reassurance about the accuracy of all the financial statements that you're submitting. Another issue that is challenging and is really outside of your control is actually the asylum seekers rate by country. So because applicants from Ghana have a higher rate of refugee claims in Canada, that makes the Canadian visa officers more critical of anyone applying for a visa to come to Canada, because they're always asking, is this person really coming to study, or are they actually just planning to come to Canada and then claim refugee status? So that's why your study plan needs to be really clear about how it makes sense and how it makes economic sense for you as well. Because there are pathways to permanent residency, and Canada wants you to come and stay if you like it, but they just want you to come through the pathway that you say you're going to go through, by starting with studying and getting a work permit afterwards. They're just trying to figure out, because sometimes people come and they say they're going to study and they don't, and unfortunately, the more of those people that there are, they make it harder for others to get a study permit. The next question is, are relatives allowed to sponsor my studies? And the answer to that is an absolute yes. You certainly aren't expected to fund your studies all by yourself, especially anyone going for a bachelor's degree. If you are, just finishing high school, it wouldn't be expected that you would be paying for this yourself. How would you have earned all the money to pay for that yet? So family support is of course crucial. But again, going back to study permit approval, they want to see that the financial support is really there. So when you are getting a commitment from family members to support you, you will need to submit additional letters from them, and along with their bank statements to prove that the money is actually available, or will be available when it's needed. So I've just on the screen taken a screenshot from, this is the Canadian government's website. There's many different ways you can prove your financial support, and it's obviously different for each individual situation. So there's not just one way to prove your financial support. And it's really it's about your unique situation and your family's situation, and how best you can demonstrate your financial means. Another common question is about an age limit. People ask because often they hear that people over 30, for example, often get refused for a study permit more often than people who are 18 or 19. And this is accurate. The anecdotes you hear about the higher study permit refusals for people who are older certainly is because I think there's a bias in Canada's immigration system, thinking that people really only come to Canada to study when they're in their early 20s or late teens. That's absolutely not true, because part of my job is helping people in their 30s, in early 30s often, come do, for example, an MBA in Canada. And that's something they do after a number of years of work experience. So it's certainly possible to get a work permit or a study permit if you're older. I've actually helped someone not from Ghana get a study permit, and he was in his 50s. So it is possible for people who are older to get a study permit, but it's certainly more challenging because you have to be really good at explaining that story about why it makes sense for you to come to Canada to study. And it really needs to be tied to a career story if you're a bit older. Whereas if you're younger, it can be just about your aspirations and goals. Okay, and another question is about the pathway to permanent residence that Yomi mentioned. There's been a lot of stories about immigration in Canada this year, as Canada has struggled to meet its immigration targets while the borders have largely been closed. They are open to international students, but most others cannot come to Canada right now. So Canada is trying to reach its immigration target by inviting people who are already in the country to become permanent residents. So they created a new program, basically, if you've graduated from any Canadian school, there's many, as long as you've graduated from a Canadian school that is on this list, you can and you have a job, any job, you can apply for permanent residence. But there's a maximum of 40,000 spaces available, and within one day that filled up. So that's an example of the type of opportunities that they are. This was a special program. It might happen again this year. Of course, anyone attending this seminar probably would not be eligible for anything that's happening this year. But in the years ahead, there's a strong expectation that Canada will continue to offer its pathways to permanent residency. And Canada really views international students as ideal candidates for immigration. So that if you come to study and you come and work in Canada, you've adapted to Canadian culture and you're like a great fit for staying in the country because Canada needs immigrants. Canada's population is not growing enough on its own. Canada's goal this year is to have 400,000 new permanent residents join the country. So one of the biggest group, one of the main contributors to that is international student graduates. So those are the questions I prepared in advance. If there are any other questions that have come in, I'll take those through the moderator right now before wrapping up.
All right, thank you very much, Matthew. This is Nanaya from Ukeas Osu office. And before we read the questions in the chat box, there's one question I would like to ask. Could you please brief us on what the immigration officers consider before denying or issuing a Canadian visa?
Okay, so I see on refusal letters, one of the most common reasons for refusal is purpose of visit, and that's a very general statement, but it's generally they don't believe that the applicant has not made a strong enough case that their genuine purpose for coming to Canada is to study. So again, this is why the study plan is so important. Then you need to show that you've really thought carefully about where you want to study, what you want to study, and how it fits in with really your life plans. So you're almost, it's presenting a legal argument in your study permit application. You're making a case for why the officer should believe that you truly do want to study, because that's one of their big concerns, is that people sometimes apply for a study permit and their goal is actually just to work or to immigrate. And it's okay to want to immigrate at the same time, but it's as long as you still really want to study as well. Some of the other reasons for refusal are concerns around financial ability, specifically if that maybe it doesn't look like. So you have to, in order to apply for a study permit, you're only required to show enough funding for your first year of studies and a plan for the rest. And so often people can show enough money for the first year of studies, but the plan to fund the remainder of their degree, especially if it's a 4-year degree, is not seen as strong enough. So I'd say those are probably the two most common concerns I see on refusal letters, especially out of Ghana.
All right, okay. Thank you so much, Matthew. My colleague Isifu from the Kumasi office also has some questions to ask, so I would ask him to unmute himself and ask the questions. Isifu, please, are you there?
Yeah, Nanaya, I'm here.
Okay.
Matthew,
So
good morning, Canada.
Good morning. Good afternoon to you there.
Okay. Please, can you tell us if borders are actually open to international students?
Yes. So currently, international students may come to Canada if they are, for example, anyone coming for September is allowed to come for September, as long as the school where they're studying has an approved quarantine plan. And really, almost every school in Canada does by now have an approved quarantine plan, and the school will help you with quarantine as well. I work with many international students on a regular basis that I've seen come to Canada over the past year. And for example, the University of Toronto helps them with airport pickup and staying and then quarantining on campus in a specific facility for 14 days. And so yes, the international students may come to Canada right now.
And do you think there will be face-to-face classes?
Yes. I mean, I think different institutions have different approaches, but there is a high level of optimism for that. In fact, in British Columbia, for example, I said I'm in Vancouver. The government has told universities to plan for face-to-face classes in September. Okay. As of yesterday, the expectation is that most Canadians over the age of 12 will be fully vaccinated by the end of August, which should allow us to resume face-to-face instruction. So this is it's no guarantees with COVID. There's been so much disruption, but there's a very high level of optimism.
Sure. Okay. The next question is it okay to have a sponsor who already lives in Canada?
Yes,
How could that support my application?
Yes, it absolutely is possible to have a sponsor, especially if maybe you're going to live with that sponsor to reduce costs. At the same time, it's helpful financially for you to have that sponsor, but obviously then the visa officer will want to look at your ties to Ghana as well, because if they look at if your ties are too strong to Canada, then they may say, well, you may be more likely to overstay in Canada, or if your genuine intention may not be to study, it may be just to join your family. So this is when I work with people, I also say you can have the financial sponsor in Canada, but you also need to be really careful to show that you have all of these connections to Ghana as well. So obviously there will be reasons for you to return home as well. So there's one of the reasons I see for study permit refusals is that maybe the ties to Canada seem stronger than they do to Ghana, and so the visa officer is concerned that the person won't actually return to Ghana if the ties to Canada are too strong.
Okay.
But the short answer is yes, you can have a sponsor.
Okay. I have been refused a UK visa with a 5 years ban in 2019. So 2 years now. Can I apply to Canada now? And if yes, I can, should I disclose my refusal, my UK refusal or not?
So the short, simple answer is yes, you can apply, and yes, you must disclose the refusal. If this has happened to you, this is a case where I definitely would recommend that you seek professional support in your Canadian study permit application, because you're going to have to be extra careful in preparing your study permit application, and because of the previous refusal. It doesn't mean you can't get a Canadian study permit, but you're just going to have to work really hard to prepare that application.
Okay. How does travel history affect my application?
Great question, because it makes sense to me, but it's not obvious to everyone. So basically, if you've traveled to multiple countries and you always leave and go back home, then that's a trend about your behavior. And so the visa officer says, okay, if you've traveled to all these other countries and you've never overstayed, why would you overstay in Canada? So you're basically showing that you're a rule follower in terms of immigration globally. That's what it shows.
Okay.
Canada is a country that likes rule followers.
Well noted. The next question is, how much do I need to show in the bank statement when applying for my study permit?
So you must show that you have enough for 1 year of tuition fees plus a minimum of 10,000 Canadian dollars for living expenses.
Okay.
And that's the minimum. It's obviously better if you are able to show more. And that can also be from a loan. It does not have to be savings. There are different ways to show that, but it needs to be demonstrated that it is available.
Okay. Let me check. The next question is, sorry, I'm checking. Do I need to schedule an interview before I move to Canada?
Great question. So some countries require interviews in person. Canada's study permit system is all paper-based. Well, it's all document-based. You'll actually never speak to a human. You'll almost never speak to a visa officer. You'll just prepare all of your documents and submit them to be reviewed.
Hello, Matthew.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Henry.
Yeah, there's the question. I think you skipped that one.
Okay.
Someone wants to know what happens after the visa is refused in terms of monies paid.
So
particularly to the fees.
So the application fee for the study permit application, that's $150. It is non-refundable if the study permit application is refused. If you've already paid any kind of deposit to the school you're attending, you would then work with the school directly about a refund if you've paid any fees and what you're eligible for. That will be different for every school, but you would lose the $150 if your application is refused. It is possible to apply again though. If you get the fee, they should give you they will give you reasons for refusal, and if you can prepare a stronger application to overcome those reasons for refusal, it is possible to apply a second time and get approval. I see that many times where the first application is refused, but a second or third is successful. Most people give up after the second one, but some people are persistent. I know I spoke to actually a visa officer in Istanbul, Turkey, who shared a story of someone who applied 7 times. He was refused 6 times for the study permit and actually was approved on the 7th time. So most people would never apply that many times, but this persistent person kept finding ways to eventually improve the application enough to get the study permit.
All right, Matthew.
Okay, Matthew, what do you recommend for those who couldn't submit their visa or study permit application by 15th May? Can they apply now, or do you advise that they, how do you call it?
Delay or wait?
Defer, yeah,
Defer, yep.
Admission.
So I think if you already have an offer or can get an offer of admission soon, it might be possible to get a study permit approval by September. It's just not very likely. My advice would be, though, no matter what you do, make sure that you take the time to prepare a really good study permit application. Yeah, sure. It is not something you should rush.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are going to end here. If you need any help, please contact Ukeas Ghana to assist you with the process. We can assist you with your admission application and your visa application to study in Canada. And if you need any other help, Matthew is here. We can provide you with his email address so that you email him for assistance. Matthew, I don't know if you have any last word you want to share with us before we...
Sure. I just have my contact information here. You can see my license number, and I'll just let people know in advance so there's no surprises. Again, as I said, because I do this on evenings and weekends, I don't take a lot of additional clients. So I recognize that my fees are costly, but I wanted to at least make them known. So my fees for a 1-hour consultation, where I can help you strategize about any element of immigration, I charge 100 Canadian dollars. And my fee for helping prepare and submit a study permit application is 1,000 Canadian dollars. So I wanted to let people know my fees. So there's no need to write me to ask what they are.
Okay, Matthew, a quick one before we leave you. Someone asked a question and it says, would you recommend a separate letter of explanation to explain family ties back home and other circumstances besides the study plan?
Yes, absolutely. Every single study permit application should have a letter of explanation, explaining the study plan, explaining ties to home, explaining any travel history. And it's not always obvious in the study permit application that you should include this, but I absolutely recommend that everyone includes a letter of explanation addressing all of these types of issues that I've mentioned. And that's the type of that is the added value that someone like myself offers in helping prepare a study permit application.
All right, thank you very much for the explanation.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you very much, Matthew. So I've just shared Matthew's email address in the chat box. So if you want to contact Matthew, please email him. He has also shared his fee. This is a paid service, it's not free, please note. I just saw a chat. When you contact Matthew via email, you'll be paid. I doubt if you send him an email, you'll be charged but he has shared the fees that you need to pay when you contact him for the various services that he offered. Matthew would like to say a very big thank you for joining us this afternoon and making time out of your busy schedule to join us. Yomi, thank you very much for putting this up for our Ghanaian student interested in studying in Canada. Stott, thank you for the wonderful presentation you did on Canada as well. We will now have a brief presentation from Stott for University of Guelph and Carleton University.
Thank you very much, and what a fantastic Matthew, providing some excellent insights into the route for applying for the study permit for Canada. So you've already had the introduction to Canada. You've now are aware of what the process is of applying for that study permit, and obviously the dates and times absolutely critical if you're looking for the September or further down the field for January. Now, let me share my screen with you. There we go. Okay, can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, Stott, I can see.
Okay, so the presentation is up, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and introduce my partner university. So a quick 10-15 minutes to focus on the type of universities that are available through my partners, the University of Guelph and Carleton University. So let's kick off with the University of Guelph. University of Guelph, one of the top 5 comprehensive universities in Canada, and that was according to the Maclean rankings, which were released in 2020. So the University of Guelph, I guess, is built on the pillars of science, world-renowned for food science and technology, #1 in Canada and 13th in the world, #1 in Canada and 15 in the world for veterinary medicine, and #2 in Canada and 27 in the world for agricultural science. So the University of Guelph is located in the city of Guelph, which is in Ontario and is 1 hour from Toronto Pearson Airport. So when I fly out to meet the team at Guelph, I fly into Toronto Pearson, jump in a car at the airport, and it's 1 hour to downtown Guelph. So for those students who are looking for a campus experience, who are looking for potentially a small town, but still having the big city of Toronto on your doorstep where you can explore at the weekends, you can jump on the train and be in downtown Toronto in just over an hour. So a quick geography lesson for you. If we zone in on Canada and we zone in on the state of Ontario, where Guelph and the University of Guelph are located, we can see it's close by to Toronto and surrounded by the likes of Waterloo, Hamilton, London, Ridgetown, and also Windsor. Over on the US side of the border, again, you're obviously close to the likes of New York and Boston on the northeastern seaboard as well. Very easy to access from Ghana. I've been traveling out to Ghana now for over 20 years. And you can jump on the British Airways flight in Accra into London, and then a direct BA flight into Toronto. So one connection coming out of Ghana. Very easy to connect to. This is an image of the main street in downtown Guelph. In fact, this is the street I stay in when I visit the university and work with my colleagues in the international office over there. A really culturally vibrant city, and like much of the rest of Canada, you can see how much green space and parkland is always on your doorstep, surrounding the city and also surrounding the campus at the University of Guelph. So a population of about 133,000, rated as one of the 10 best places to live in Canada, and it's seen as one of Canada's smart cities. I mentioned earlier on when I was introducing Canada, and I know Yomi touched on this a little bit as well, that it's a fantastic country for the great outdoors. So for those of you who like exploring or trying new things, meeting new people, you'll have the opportunity to try things like canoeing, you've got the hiking, the rock climbing, and all of these wonderful parks and national parks on your doorstep as well. You've got Toronto, so you've got that cool, cultural, large Canadian city on your doorstep as well. The students in Guelph love studying and living in Guelph. With all the music festivals, they have their jazz festivals, alternative music festivals. And your student ID is your city transit pass. So if you look on the slide that's in front of you here, down to the end of the main street, you'll actually see a bus terminus just kind of between these two large buildings at the top of the screen, and the bus runs constantly between downtown Guelph and out to the university, which is about 10 to 15 minutes. Types of majors that are on offer at the University of Guelph, so covering everything from applied science right through to veterinary medicine, and strong in the areas of computing, engineering, landscape architecture, obviously built on the pillar of agriculture, so renowned across Canada and globally for the work in agriculture, environmental sciences as well. It goes without saying, though, that the University of Guelph also covers the areas of business and management as well. Yomi was talking about the links to industry in Canada, and much like the slide that he put up, I think we can just see here some of the companies across Ontario and across Canada that the University of Guelph partners with. So some instantly recognisable international brands in here: Canadian Tire, Starbucks, Microsoft, Royal Bank of Canada, just to name but a few. And here is your opportunity, especially at undergraduate level, to take part in co-op work experience. So that's out working in companies. It could be for 8 months, for 4 months, 12 months, earning money, and that could be anything between $475 and $1,000 Canadian dollars per week. When you apply to the university at the University of Guelph, you would apply to study your major, but also picking up the co-op option as well. We are almost closed for applications for this year. However, if there are any of you out there who have got their senior high school qualifications, you've got your financial package in place for studying, then please do get in touch with the team at Ukeas down in Ghana, who will be able to assist you with a last minute application for this September, or have a conversation with you about the opportunities for the winter intake in January, February. In terms of admissions requirements, so across kind of WASI-WIAC, what we're looking at for Guelph, obviously it varies from subject to subject. Some courses have got higher entrance requirements than others, but as a general standard, if you've been doing your WASI, we're generally looking at a minimum of B3 across 6 grades, including a B3 for your English as well. Obviously, scratch card verification for your WASI-WIAC examinations. We will look at predicted grades because we know there is a delay in the examinations across West Africa this year, as there was last year. And we do have a flexible admissions policy in place, both at Guelph and also at Carleton. Remember, you do not need to do any additional English language requirements, so we're not looking for you to do IELTS or TOEFL or Pearson's. As long as you have your B3 for your English, then we don't require further qualifications. A quick kind of snapshot on fees. Obviously, the more laboratory intensive the program is, such as engineering or some of the science, agricultural focused subjects, you're going to be at the higher end of the fee spectrum. So fees varying between 26,000 and 36,000 Canadian dollars. And then we've broken it down to give you an indication of what the living expenses may look like as well. Excellent scholarships at Guelph. When you make your application, we'll look at your predicted grades or your senior high school grades if you have your final grades. And if we can, we will offer you an entrance scholarship. And that can be anything between 5,500 and 8,500 Canadian dollars. And this year, we've popped in place a renewable option as well. So as long as you keep up your academic performance, moving into year 2, year 3, year 4 of an undergraduate programme, a 4,000 Canadian dollar renewable scholarship as well. Part-time jobs, over 4,000 campus jobs. So many of our international students, as I mentioned earlier on, will pick up a part-time job. Okay, let's shift cities. Let's jump to Ottawa, the capital city, the G8 city, where Carleton University is based. Again, a leading comprehensive university, and in the Maclean's rankings last year, along with Guelph, it comes in the top 5 Canadian comprehensive universities, a public university, so you can be sure of the standard and the quality of education you would be receiving at Carleton. Yet another geography lesson, again, easy to access from the west coast of Africa, from your home country, Ghana, maybe into London, and then London, hey, you fly to Montreal. I sometimes do that, take the train down to Ottawa, or straight into Ottawa. Air Canada flies straight out of Heathrow or into Toronto and up from Toronto. So really easy to access. One of the top 5 comprehensive universities, a wide range of subjects covering everything from the engineering and design right through to arts and commerce. A real focus at Carleton on professional courses, and again, that piece around co-op and work experience. A fully campus-based university, accommodation guaranteed to first-year students on campus, all your sports, your education, everything on the one campus. And we have an excellent metro system that runs from downtown Ottawa right out to the campus at Carleton. Around 4,500 international students, which make up about 15% of the population at Carleton. You've got the added advantage of studying in the capital city. So a bit like being in Accra, you've got the access to all the major high commissions and embassies. And Ontario, and certainly in Ottawa at times, is very much seen as a Silicon Glen of Canada, major IT and research companies based around Ottawa and the wider Ontario area. It's about trying new things, fantastic architecture. So students who are choosing to study design or architecture in Ottawa and at Carleton have got that fantastic cityscape to use as their inspiration. And as I said, the opportunity to try things you may never have done. Winter sport, Rydal Canal, UNESCO World Heritage Site, freezes over in the winter, and you've got the opportunity to try things like ice skating. There's a shot of the campus. So campus is in the foreground, surrounded by the canals and rivers that flow through the centre of Ottawa. And in the background, you can see downtown Ottawa as well, which is about 10, 15 minutes on the train to the centre of Ottawa. So fantastic, self-contained campus. And there we go again. I mean, like Guelph, strong co-op work experience at Carleton. And you can see along the bottom of the slide some of the companies that Carleton partners with. In fact, companies that you will see in Accra as you move around the city, KPMG, Deloitte, the kind of financial services, and IT companies like Ericsson and BlackBerry as well. So, key focus of programmes at Carleton, everything from architectural studies across 22 undergraduate degree programmes, one of the oldest schools of journalism in Canada, really strong in economics, and as you might expect from a capital city, a real focus on the likes of global and international studies with that transient international population in Ottawa. Strong in design, and of course you've got your international business and the humanities in there as well. Quick snapshot of the tuition fees and costs at Carleton. Fees in Canadian dollars between 28,000 and 39,000 Canadian dollars. If you want that broken into US for you, that's about 20 to 29,000 US dollars. Carleton has offered over 24 million Canadian dollars in scholarships in 2019-20. And there we go. You can get an idea of what those scholarships look like for entry, all based on academic merit. So we're looking at your senior high school grades, but you could be offered anything between 1,000 and 4,000 Canadian dollars as an entrance scholarship. And provided you keep up your academic performance in year 2, 3, and 4, then that could be a scholarship with an overall value of anything between 4,000 and 16,000 Canadian dollars. So I am going to end there, and I'm more than happy to take any questions that you might have. But I do hope today gave you an opportunity to find out more about Canada. Excellent introduction from the country manager, Yomi, and I thought a really insightful presentation from Matthew going through the kind of details required for that study permit. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Stuart, for the presentation. Henry will read out the questions that we have before we end the session. So, Henry. Hello, Henry. Okay.
Yeah, hello, Nanaya.
Yes. Before we end, could you please read out the questions for Stuart, if there are any? I think some people asked a couple of questions.
Yeah, I think someone wants to know if the university offers masters in public administration.
Sorry, can you say that? I missed that one. Sorry, can you just say again?
Do you offer masters in public administration?
So in terms of the master's programs, obviously there's a real focus on the undergraduate study. And what I would say at master's, yes, we do have those areas available. Most of the master's programs are now closed for this September, but will be open again for the January intakes as well. So yes, we do public administration, certainly at Carleton University at master's level.
Okay, and what of geophysics?
Not specifically in geophysics, no, but we do. What I can do is I'll provide you with the links for all our postgraduate programs as well, so that as a follow-up, you can send that out to the students who attended the event this evening, and they can see what options are available at postgraduate level.
Okay, I think the other question has to do with the finances, the tuition and scholarship, which you just explained. Okay. Through the slides. So
yeah, sure. I mean that's the really good scholarship offerings at both Guelph and Carleton, and certainly for undergraduate level, when students are applying, we will automatically look at what scholarships can be offered to them, and that will be part of your offer.
All right. Okay. So I think that'll be all. That'll be all. Those who need inquiry with the application, please contact Ukeas. We've left our contact details in the chat box, and we'll assist you with the applications. So,
all right.
Nanaya, you can take over from here.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah. So I think we are just drawing the curtain down on today's session. We want to thank everyone for coming. Before we end, we want to introduce Ukeas again, talk about what we do, so that if you're interested in applying to Carleton or Guelph University, you can contact us. So Ukeas organized this event solely for Canadian visa. Yeah. And then what Ukeas does is we are representative agents for schools abroad. We stand for the United Kingdom Education Advisory Service. That doesn't mean we only work with schools in the UK. We also work with schools in Canada. Asprox made a presentation on 2 of them. We also have schools in Ireland, Australia, and other destinations. We have 3 offices in Ghana. We have 2 in Accra and 1 in Kumasi. In Kumasi, you can locate us at Ahojo Runabout, just on the 1st floor. You can locate us in Osu at Akweje Park, opposite Impact Hub, Accra. And in East Legon, you can locate us on the Labaoleshi Road, just some few meters away from the East Legon Melcom. We have left our contact details for each of the offices, so you can pick any of them based on your preference, and we can assist you with your applications to your Canadian institution of your choice if we work with them. Thank you everyone for joining, for taking time off your busy schedule on a Saturday, and then for joining us as well. Thank you so much. We are grateful. We look forward to hearing from you. Stuart, I would like to say thank you to, on behalf of the Ukeas team, for making yourself available to speak about the universities you represent. Thank you so much, and we hope to forward more leads to you.
Thank you very much, everyone, and an absolute pleasure to be involved, as it always is. And my advice to you students out there is to use the services at Ukeas. They are, without question, the most professional agency across West Africa, and they have already sent many students to both Carleton and also Guelph and provided an excellent service for them. So thank you, everybody, and have a fantastic weekend.
All right, thank you.